Good morning, traders. Hope everyone had a nice weekend. Good morning, Bob Peterson, Sandra, Joe, Jerry, Robert, Bill, Mr. Rodriguez, Stephan, Yolanda, Ford. Hope everyone had a nice weekend. Mine was a bit of an adventure, as you know. I'm glad to be back. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. I'm not 100%, but I'm here, and that's all that matters. Praise the Lord. Well, I think I feel about as good as you could feel with what procedure I had, but I'm doing good. Good morning, Randy, Gregster, Charles. We have about 3.5 minutes to go. They said 1 cup of coffee in the morning, and that is it. I've been on this diet before. It's not my first procedure. Kind of know the ropes really well. Good morning, Jody. Don't forget to put your chart on EXT or you won't be able to trade pre-market. We're currently watching the pre-market scan. If you don't have it, it's over in Discord. We're watching these Momo numbers. We start checking them from the bottom to the top, see what's moving. It's going to find the stocks for us. Good morning, Kyle. Thank you, Jerry. Let's see if we get a stock play here this morning. We got about 2 minutes to go. See PRZO over here in the low float. Doesn't look like it's doing much. AMAM has the highest number, but it doesn't look too promising. It's up there in my price range, though. Good morning, Scott, Randy, and Charles. If I didn't tell you, you might have slid by me there. Jerry. Let's see what happens here. Well, it's not looking too promising for a pre-market open. Seeing some red ones popping in. PRZO down at the bottom. JAGX pulling back. PCSA penny stock moving up a little bit. So if it's your first time here, we're watching this Momo column. You got to watch these numbers closely. You need to watch them rising. Once they start rising, click on them. See if you can catch the stock down near the bottom. It's pretty easy to do with this indicator. It's like we caught this one around 60 cents, 65 cents, and it went up a dime. But I'm not a penny stock player. Everyone knows that. But I may have to convert myself here soon. That's all that's been moving. Looks like PCSA is pulling back. Might bounce up one more time and retest the high. Yep, right back up to the high. Not quite, but it's trying. Be aware of these tall candle wicks. You know, these are sellers driving it back down. Looks like the buyers are outnumbering the sellers. We did get that retest of the high. Now we're climbing a little higher. Nice move for a penny stock. So that's a 20-cent gain on a penny stock since it fired up over here on the Momo scanner. Looks like it might have some more in it. It definitely, if I was in it and we got in down here, I would already be out. I wouldn't hang on to see if there was more if you're in profit. Especially in pre-market, you know, they make the run up and then they die. But the good ones continue going sometimes, but they'll run flat for a while. Not seeing any numbers rising. We have some high numbers, but they're not rising. Let's move on from that one. IKT not doing anything. HUBC slowly crawling up. It's about 40 cents, 46 cents. SECO trying to raise its price a little bit at 78 cents. Seeing a double top here. It's probably over for that one. PCSA is still chugging along. Now up about 30 cents for a 60-cent stock. Hopefully some of you caught it at the bottom when we first saw it at about 65 cents. You can always play the pullbacks on these stocks and get out when you get your profit, get back in after the next pullback and run it up again. Always lock in your profits when you can. Good morning, James. Good morning, Greg, and congratulations. You know, these things are hard to predict. We've seen them go from $3.75 to $60. No one expected that ever. That's what's good about pre-market is no halt. So this stock is up 85%. We probably caught it a little later than that. It's probably up about 65% for us. A really good gain for a penny stock. Good morning, Alex. James. I may repeat your name. I'm still a little groggy this morning. I got up late. A little bit wore out from the procedure, but I'll get through it. That penny stock's still moving. Looking at this 5 moving average, this 5 EMA is starting to roll over. It's probably going to calm down in here. But it's the stock market. I could be wrong. But according to the indicators, it may be rolling over here. Hope a few of you were brave enough to click the mouse. I wasn't, because I don't trade pennies. Sometimes I put myself in the corner. I guess I'm going to have to practice up on them and try them again. Thank you, James. If you're new here, I'll do a walkthrough in about 10 minutes. Let's let this market calm down. Only one good runner this morning, and it's on the screen, PCSA. Good morning, Kyle. Broke Joe. ANAM never did anything. HUBC pulled back a little bit. So if you're new here and you've never seen this MOMO indicator, it's a momentum indicator for a watch list. We're watching the numbers as they rise. Usually puts us on them pretty quick. So if you see these numbers growing and the stock moving up towards the top of the list, that's one that you want to pay attention to. If you pay attention to them, this is the kind of results you'll find. SECO. I'm watching numbers is all I'm doing. You can do the same thing on your PC. If you don't have this loaded up, it's over on Discord. So when you see them rising here and they get a volume spike beside them, you know they're pretty strong. Good morning, Raphael. SECO still trying to get up there. It's not as fast as the other one, PCSA, but it is climbing. It is a bullish signal here. Currently number 3 in our list. I can see PCSA is pulling back up here. You can see the number dropping, and we have a red bearish signal beside it. EPIX not moving. Good morning, Alfredo. Well, I guess that wasn't bad for a Monday start. So if you're late getting here, you missed about a 65 or 70% gain on a penny stock. Got to really be here before 6 o'clock. Be ready to pull that trigger because they move right at 6:05. Pre-market's been the most profitable session for the last couple of months, in my opinion. Market seems to lay flat around 9 a.m. every morning once it's open. Good morning, Jimmy. You did, Jimmy. You missed 65%. We caught it at about 65 cents. Caught it right down in this area, maybe 68 or 70. But it ran up. It was a bumpy ride at times, but it did finally make it there. Good morning, John, and thank you. All right, if it's your first time here, I am Ricky Gaspard, and I have been trading since 1990. I'm also a ThinkScript coder, and I write my own scripts and decided to start giving them away. They've been pretty profitable. Everyone seems to enjoy them. And if you found us over on YouTube and then found our Discord, welcome aboard. If you forgot to subscribe when you were at YouTube, please do so and watch the videos. Everything here is free, and I get paid that little bit of commission from YouTube from you viewing the videos. So you can watch the birth as we grew over the last 6 months. We started with just the indicator here. Actually, we started before this indicator. And several indicators were born off of this one indicator here, including this one and this pullback strategy. So this Momo scanner is watching for any movement in the stock market. It's color coded. The one that you have probably has more colors. I limited mine down to white, yellow, and green. And all we do is we watch these numbers rise, and as they're rising, we click on them and we catch stocks like this. So once one of them is rising, we verify over here on the volume that there is enough volume for us to get in and out of the stock safely. Once the stock starts rising, you'll see there's two moving averages here. This is the pullback strategy I created. And you look for these two moving averages to cross over. This is the 5 EMA and the 13 EMA. And you watch for these arrows to come in. These are spike arrows letting you know that the buyers are there buying more shares. As it's running up, you'll see a bullish indicator pop in up here. Currently bearish. It's monitoring this very first candle. I've eliminated the volume bars. To me, this gives me more information than I need to know. Wasn't too keen on half of a green and half of a red bar moving up and down. This way I know for sure what's happening. There's a lot of volume in the stock. This indicator over here lets you know if there's more buyers or more sellers in the overall volume of the stock. So once everything kicks in, it's really quick. You look over here, you see one moving, your eyes quickly confirm, yes, I have a crossover in arrows. Is it green down here? Is it green up here? And do I have the volume high enough to get in and get out? That's how quickly you can view this on your computer. Never trade off my screen. Sometimes YouTube is delayed more than I prefer, and probably more than you need to trade off of. Sometimes it's a few seconds, sometimes it could be 5 minutes. If you've watched our YouTube videos and you didn't catch the link to join our Discord, it's in the description below each video. Sometimes you got to click read more to get to it. If you missed that Discord link, I'll post it down here in the chat. Over on Discord, once you get there, accept the disclaimer and all the channels will pop in. Visit our how-to videos, and especially the last two videos that tell you all about Discord and how to find the software and the scripts and how to install them. We have over 1,500 investors in Discord. Everyone's pitching in, sharing their knowledge when they can. You'll find our scripts over in TOS Scripts. You'll find some older scans over in TOS Scans and some new scans. And you'll find this setup right here in Current Setup. We always have our current setup over in the channel called Current Setup. And visit our trading floor. That's where we have a couple of members, Gregster and River Place Dad, doing their due diligence on stocks and posting the winners as they see them being born. Over in the options channel, we have It's Me Bob. He's giving out his knowledge on trading options. And I believe he has another course if you want to extend your knowledge in options. And I thank you for joining us this morning. And as I said, don't trade off of my screen. Get set up. If you need help for some reason, give us a question over in support. If I can't get to you, somebody will. And it looks like we're calming down a little bit here. Good morning, Flo, Steve 66, and John, if I didn't tell you. Looks like PCSA is slowly bumping up again. This is probably the ones that got here a little bit later saying, oh man, I hope it runs again. That's probably them you see in this next run up. Good morning, David. So the next run will probably be around 7 o'clock, the top of the hour is usually when everything happens. So 6 a.m., 7 a.m., don't expect much to happen at 8 a.m. That's 30 minutes before market open. Usually the traders are taking profits so they don't lose them at market open. Thank you, MB, and good morning. I'm here, but I'm running on about 60%, but I'll be fine. It's going to take a few days to catch up, body-wise. Thank you, Flo. It's definitely good to be here. I was kind of worried about that one. And it was as bad as I thought it was. But we got through it. That's all that matters. Little bit of prayer and I'm good to go. Well, we can see that pre-market traffic died down. There's no volume spikes. This column was pretty volatile when they were finally firing up after 6 o'clock. Going to calm down now unless news comes out. That's probably rare until 7 a.m. Thank you, Joe. I feel pretty good, though. I think I'll be fine. Doc says everything else looks good. Of course, he said that 3 different times before. You don't know, that was my 4th procedure. Trying to not make it routine. He said I shouldn't have another one. They went in there looking deep, making sure everything was fine. For me, it's hereditary. It's been in the family for quite a few years. Nothing I did to create it. Of course, I probably did a little, but just a family thing. It happens. We all have our issues, and we all work through them. Well, we'll put her on our prayer list, Hollywood, that's for sure. I have a total of 5 stents, so I know how she feels. I'm just thankful technology is that advanced. They can go in there and do what they do. We're also monitoring the all stock scan down here. It's not really a scan. I created a scan, but the only thing that's in there is the price range of 25 cents and greater. No other filters, just the price. So this scan is covering the whole market except for pre-market. Pre-market is a special scan. You got to put the after hours filter in it for it to work properly. This scan does not have the after hours filter, but it does pick up a few stocks. So we monitor both of them. So everything that's green is going to be moving this morning. Everything that's white is going to be moving, but a little slower. NASCAR, that's probably true, but I know that the ones that are moving, no matter where they are, they're going to pop up to the top of this list. And that's all I care about, is that we all get to play them. I don't care if they're 999. If it starts moving, it's up here. There's probably nothing beyond that number anyhow. A lot of stocks don't trade in pre-market. A lot of them do. Usually the cheaper price range, I'm going to take a wild guess at $10 and down. Usually become active in pre-market. Very rarely you see a $20 or $30 stock in the morning. Thank you, Eddie, and good morning. So if you weren't here at 6 o'clock this morning, you missed this nice run on PCSA. We caught it at about 65 or 70 cents, and it ran on up to about 95 cents. Was a good 65, 70% gain. But if you're not here at pre-market open, you're going to miss these things. Because about 6:15, it starts winding down. Pedro, I am resting. I'm sitting in a chair looking at stock numbers. Yeah, I'm the same old me, just a little weaker. I'm tough as an old bull. I don't give up. Got the Lord behind me. Little prayer and I'm good to go. You're welcome, Robert. You'll find some older videos there that are no longer relevant. You can still get the indicators for them, but we've grown through the months. I've really advanced these two indicators here to put you right on the stocks. Especially this one, it's going to help you all day long. You'll see these numbers moving and running up and down the chart. Kind of a crappy market that we're in right now, a bear market. But once it converts over to a bull market, you'll see this thing fire up like your dream of. We'll get those multiple choices. Right now, we're picking one or two out during the day in the pre-market. Thank you, Greg R. Pedro, my recovery time is 6 weeks. And even then, I have to take it easy. Mainly because I'm getting older. You don't know, I'm 67. Everybody says I look 50 something. I'm glad they think that. LQR making a move here. Really cheap stock, 28 cents. I probably could have clicked on it sooner. I saw it down here in the list. But I thought it was just bouncing around. That's why you check them. I don't feel 67. I still ride motorcycles and have my fun. Like I said, I'm strong as an old bull. I don't quit till the quitting's over. Thank you, Stefan. LQR still moving up slowly. So they're pretty easy to spot. It was down in here when I did not click on it, and it started rising, and then it jumped to the top. I'm going to not say it was too far down. It was probably up in here when I finally clicked on it. But if you're paying attention and not doing what I do, you might have caught it a lot sooner. Good morning, Frank. So why is this stock popping up at 640? I haven't checked to see if there's news on it, but it seems to be pretty strong. There's not a bunch of red candles coming in. Thank you, Bob Peterson. As you can tell, I don't read the news. I read numbers. I don't care why they went up. I just care that I catch them before they do. It's good to hear that it had news. I care about numbers. It's still going. Not a bunch of sellers, as I said. We only had one little red candle. And we're back on the run again. I absolutely love this setup. It's hard to miss a runner. If you're new here and you never used it, I highly suggest it. I don't have to prove to you that my indicators work. You can come here and watch them work. I don't sell courses in Ferraris and airplanes. I teach you what's going on in the market. Created a simple way for you to monitor the stocks. To me, this is way more powerful than a paid scanner subscription service. I canceled mine the moment this V-spike was born, because we can also sort by V-spike, and you'll see the spikes be up here at the top, but I'm really loving this momentum scanner. It's kind of easier to spot them here than watching them jump around in the volume spike and trying to catch them. Just calmed it down quite a bit. Still hard to click on them sometimes. You got to chase them because they'll be bouncing up and down here as well, but not as bad as here. I know we've had quite a few investors make quite a bit of money off of this Momo. Of course, they made money off of the V-Spike as well. Well, actually, they've made money off of all of this, really, off of this label, off of this label, off of these crossovers and arrows. It all ties in together. All of these are about percentages and gains and volume and buyers and sellers. That's what I monitor. And I do it live. None of my indicators rely on past history. We watch them be born right here, and then we jump on them if we can. Just like this one here is taking off. It's a cheaper stock. So what you see here is news came out on this stock, and we were aware of it about in here somewhere. Then it kind of died off. Only those that saw the news came out. Then others came in and said, why is this stock moving? And they started buying. So you almost every time have a second run up on a stock. That's why I like playing pullbacks. You'll see this is a pullback here and it'll run up. This is not a pullback. It didn't come down far enough. I believe this one's down in here somewhere. And usually I'll throw some support and resistance lines up here. I should have did that for you this morning. Gives a better demonstration of what a pullback is. If we have another runner, I will do that. Robert, do you have EXT selected on your chart? If you don't have TIF on your chart, you need to click the little gear icon by the buy and sell buttons. Add TIF so that you can switch over from EXT and day. So they're happy that it's on the shelf. That's the first gain you'll see out of this. Now, will the product be any good? Guess we'll tell that over the next few months as this is back down here. Got to be profitable also. In pre-market, they're 99% news plays. I don't care if it's good news or bad news as long as they move. Robert, sometimes on these cheaper stocks, you got to buy a certain amount. They don't let you come in for maybe 50 shares or 20 shares or 100 shares. When they're that cheap, sometimes they demand a little bit more. Yeah, maybe you have to wait your turn, Bob. Who knows? Sometimes I wonder why they go up with no news. Sometimes I wonder why they go down with good news. It's the stock market. It's not predictable. If it was predictable, we'd all be millionaires. We're getting close right here, though. If we can just keep pulling the trigger, and if I could learn penny stocks, I might make a little bit. I used to play pennies before I had these indicators. This may improve my odds. I haven't tried since then. I've been focusing more on $5 to $50 stocks. But we haven't had very many of them lately. A lot of people are playing Tesla, but they're mainly options players. You can't buy enough shares outright unless you have that kind of funding. But Tesla is known for $10 swings. Bob, that's why we watch numbers and not news. We can make a profit with no news as long as the stock is moving. Some of them have natural movement. Some of them have news. Some of them don't. It's a mathematical thing to me. It's all about numbers and lines. Once you figure out price action and volume are the two key factors in trading, you'll start focusing on becoming successful. That's why we watch this current bar here. Bob, you just put your mouse where you want to start, and then you hold down on the left mouse button, drag across it to the right, and let it go. Good morning, Higher Ground. Good morning, Danish. Glad you could join us. So far this morning, we've had two runners. One of them gave us a good gain of about 65%. This one, we probably caught about 40% maybe on it. So all we're doing is we're watching these Momo numbers. When they start increasing, we start clicking. That's usually at the top of the hour. So right now is the time to go fill your coffee cup. About 7 o'clock, we should have another run. That's usually when news comes out. It's top of the hour. We'll see if we get another one come up. So if you're here, we're not just penny stock players. That's just all that's been popping up lately. We focus on the overall market, not a certain price range. Of course, you should have your pre-market scan set to the price range you can afford to buy and eliminate everything else that you're not going to buy. So if you like stocks 50 cents to $5, that's what you should have your pre-market set at. That way you're not trying to monitor everything that I'm monitoring. I'm doing it for the live stream. BTTX taking off here. It always happens when I'm jabbering my jaw. This is that pre-7 o'clock stock. I guess this is anticipation that news is going to come out. Pretty good pullback there. So this would be the high. Wow, that was quite a dip. Now we're pumping back up again. Those are catching the news later. Probably going to run up from here. Joe, I'll get to you in just a few minutes. I'll show you how mine is set up. So we're at 7:02. I don't see anything really pumping up. I guess this news wasn't as good. Good job, Joe. So make sure you're watching this on your computer. Don't wait for me to call them out. I get to talking, and sometimes I'm a little bit late, and you could catch them a lot earlier than waiting for me to call something out. I'm mainly here for demonstration purposes. I try to stay focused, but I get caught up in all kind of questions, and I'm watching the chat, and I'm watching the stocks, and so I'm multitasking where you should be 100% focused because you're spending your hard-earned money. Joe, I'm aware of that. I've been trading for over 30 years. I just never had faith in them. You hit some rockets and then you hit some sinkers, and you always ended up 50-50. So was it really worth it for me? No, that's why I quit playing them. But now that I have these two indicators, I'm sitting here and it makes me feel sorry I didn't click the button because these things are so accurate. Maybe I should get back into the penny market as well. I prefer the higher price stocks. And I am a large share size player, even on the more expensive stocks. I try to focus on dollar gains and $2 gains, but in this market, we've had very few of them, unless you're playing Tesla or something that's overpriced. Not really overpriced. Tesla deserves every penny it has per share. All right, let me pull my pre-market scan up for you, Joe, and you can see my settings on the screen and here in a few seconds. All you do is compare yours to mine. And you'll see if there's any difference between yours and mine. If yours is exactly like mine, you should be good to go. But in reality, you should have your price range set to the price range you can afford to buy. So I'm at 25 cents, no maximum. Minimum of 10,000 shares. I have after hours percent change selected, greater than 2%. Extended hours is checked in 1 minute. Well, the Joe that was having trouble with his pre-market that said his stocks were not moving. So we've quietened down again. If you're new here, we're watching these numbers. This is my momentum scan. It's installed in the watch list on ThinkorSwim, and we watch numbers rise. We watch percentages of volume spikes pop in beside them. Sometimes we can catch them low, like this is a good one here if it does take off. It's climbing up the ladder, as you can see. So once you see them on here and you see a spike beside them, start checking them out. You can catch these bottoms, you'll make a lot more money. Good morning, Jim. This one is SVVC. Don't know how high it will go. It seems to be crawling very slow. The volume is quite low. It would be hard to get in and get out safely on that one. It did make it to the top of the list. Really need this volume to start pumping in. There she goes. Not a lot of buyer interest in that one. It's already trying to bounce down. Safest play is this number right here. Once you see the people are there and that number's flying, that's when you make your move. Right now, it's minimal. Don't just jump in because they're green candles or you could lose some money. Make sure you got a volume spike. This number is rising rapidly, lots of volume. Our NAZ making a move here. It's already made one move this morning and then pulled way back. Now it's making a second attempt. It would need to break this high. Don't believe that one's going anywhere. BBAI's already made one attempt. Good morning, Coach. If you're new here, we're watching this momentum scanner that was launched about a week ago, and we're watching for numbers to rise. We're also looking for it to be bullish with a volume spike. We want them to start climbing up the ladder. Of course, we want to catch them near the bottom. Try to make all we can out of them. Let's take a look at the SPY and see what it's doing this morning. I always like to keep an eye on it. Let's put it on a 15-minute chart, get a bigger picture. Let's zoom out a little bit and get an even bigger picture. Looks like we're down from last Friday's high, kind of trailing sideways. Not a lot of strength there yet. Could go either direction. Market kind of waking up a little bit. Our list is getting a little longer. If they have a number, they are worth checking. So what this scan is doing, it's looking back 30 minutes to see if there's been activity, buyers and sellers coming in over a 30-minute period. They could be coming in very slowly, but you will know, it will give them a score. Just like this one here may take off and it may not. It's not a guarantee. It is moving up the ladder slightly. Not a lot of volume. Last candle was 18,463. Most important thing is when you see one over here and you click on it, your eyes should go immediately to this current candle bar. Is there enough volume there for me to get in and get out safely? That's what you need to ask yourself. Good possibility we caught this one at the bottom. And you have to watch them. Once you find one, give it some time. This one needs to break that high and hold it. And when I say hold it, this candle needs to close above it. Volume is still quite low. If you're not familiar with pre-market, most of these stocks have no volume. So I'm not looking for volume. I'm looking for volume spikes, buyers coming in, pretty much from zero volume to having a lot of volume. Market opens a little bit different. You'll be watching for number increases at market open and volume spikes. Of course, you're watching that here, but sometimes they don't have any volume and then they have millions of shares being traded. That candle did close above the high of this last run up. But the volume has died. Don't have much hope for that one. Buyers did not come in. They should have came in by now. METK, it's already made one run up to here. This could be a pullback and a retest of the high. Not a lot of volume. That may be the reason it just sold back off. The volume never came in. About 7:30, if you're new here, I'll do another demonstration walkthrough, let you know what we're doing here. Good morning, Matt Man. If you're late getting here, you missed about a 65% run up on a penny stock. It happened right at market open a couple minutes after. Good morning, Peter. Good morning, Casey. All right, since it's a little slow, I'll go ahead and do my walkthrough. I am Ricky Gaspard. I am a guy who trades from his home office. I've been trading since 1990. I'm also a ThinkScript coder, and I code my own scripts. Over the last few months, I decided to give them away. I want everybody to be profitable. I know people were struggling in the market, and these indicators actually work. And I don't have to prove it to you, they'll prove themselves to you. Our most recent launch was this momentum scanner. All you do is watch the numbers start rising. You'll see volume spikes come in beside them. You click on them as soon as you can. If you see one moving, you immediately go to this volume label that I also put together. You make sure there's a lot of volume in the stock so you can get in and get out safely. Also created this pullback strategy here. Let's see if I can find a good stock to give you a good representation off of. I forgot what the one was this morning that rose up. It's done cleared the market, cleared the chart. But anyhow, I'll just stick with that one. That one will work. So we see movement over here. We see the stock climbing up. We see volume spikes come in. Your immediate focus should be here on this current bar, which is this current candle. You want to see a lot of volume so you can get in and get out safely. You want to confirm that these two moving averages have crossed over. This is the 5 EMA and the 13 EMA. You want to see these arrows kick in. That's indication that there's a volume spike on each of these candles that tells you buyers are coming in. We always monitor this first candle up here in this label. It'll say bullish or bearish. This one is not displaying that at this time. We also watch the overall market. I have two labels here. It lets us know if the buyers are outnumbering the sellers. In this case, it's low volume, so it's saying buyers, but that might not be true because the volume's not moving. But you'll see this change from green to red on a good stock. So to quickly make your call, you click on one, you confirm there's volume, you see the crossover in the arrows, you want to see a green label down here and a green one up here. That's when you make your decision to enter or not. If you haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel, I'll put the link in the chat box here. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. That's how I make a few pennies. Everything that you see here is free. The Discord is free. We have over 1,500 investors in Discord. Everybody's helping everybody. It's a community effort. You'll find these indicators over in current setup. If you don't know how to install indicators, there's a how to install scripts and labels. If you don't know about Discord, I also created a video about Discord. So watch the videos, install these indicators, and you'll be set up just like us. Once you join Discord, make sure you click the disclaimer, and once you do, the channels will pop in. Explore the different channels. All of these indicators are loaded in current setup. In current setup, I'm watching this stock move, so I'm getting distracted. And in current setup, you'll find all of these files. If you don't know how to install them, refer to the install video. We have numerous channels there. I have TOS scans, has all of my previous scans, plus this pre-market scan, plus many more scans. In TOS scripts, you'll see all of the scripts I've created throughout the years. Not necessarily that you need to load any of them. They're mainly there to show you the growth of this channel and what I've learned through my years, but you may find some useful scripts there to use. In TOS scans, lots of scans. We have a few trading channels, options channel where we have It's Me Bob teaching the basics of options. He has quite a crowd, holds a live stream every now and then when he has enough participants. Make sure you join that channel, and if you're interested in options. We have the trading floor with Gregster and River Place Dad doing their due diligence on stocks and posting things that they think might be good for buying. Never trade off of my screen. Sometimes my screen is delayed. YouTube is not so nice to us sometimes, and most of the time they are. This morning I have about a 3-second delay. Sometimes I have a 5-minute delay. So make sure you set your own PC up with these indicators and trade off of your platform. Don't wait for me to call them out. Sometimes I'm distracted and I call them out a little bit late, where you could catch them a little bit sooner. Watching this penny stock take off over here. This is what I was talking about, the crossover. You see the arrows come in. You see a bullish signal, which is this candle. You see the buyers outnumbering the sellers. It keeps popping in down here every now and then. Currently bearish, a couple people taking profits. You can totally monitor this stock right here on this chart and over here on these indicators. If you haven't subscribed to our Discord channel, I'll put the link down in the chat box. We're building one big community here. Everybody is helping everybody, and I really appreciate that you guys are joining in, and gals, of course. That's the link to our Discord. Make sure you click the disclaimer and watch the Discord video if you know nothing about Discord. And to be quite honest with you, I didn't know anything about Discord 6 months ago. I had to learn myself. Had no intentions of doing this, but I prayed about it, and here we are. I decided to give it all away. All I expect is you to like the videos, like the streams, watch the videos. YouTube will buy me a cup of coffee every now and then. So we're currently watching numbers. We watch for volume spikes to come in. We click on them. We verify that there's volume. We look for a crossover and arrows and green, and we're good to go. Frank, there is no adjustments necessary anymore. This one is set. It's preset. Never change it. The volume spike you can now leave on 0.0. There's no need to change it because we have the momentum scanner is going to tell us which one. In the past, we had to slow this down a little bit to be able to find the stock. We don't have to do that anymore. Now we find them here in a more relaxed way. So my goal is to make everyone profitable. Everyone's been struggling. I was even struggling when I was trying to do all of this in my head. But the way I traded was by volume and price action, but I was doing it all in my head. So I managed to get it into some indicators and give my brain a break, and it worked out fine for me and for you. And to be honest with you, I really enjoy being here in the mornings with you guys. I really like to see people become successful. This is one of the things where you say, well, he gave it all away. He didn't take it to his grave. He's helping. It's all about the blessings. It's not about the money. I think everybody should know how to trade. They should teach this in the schools. The children need to know. It's a little bit difficult for us right now because people are so interested, they don't even know about ThinkorSwim. I'm trying to resolve that issue. Maybe I'll make a video just on the platform itself, not about trading. That may help a lot. But right now, my time has slowed down a little bit, so I'll get to it. Thank you, Rashad. Bob, I discussed that with the doctor. He said, I know you're not going to follow the diet. He said, go ahead and eat your couple pieces of bacon, but do it maybe once a month. And everybody knows bacon goes good with anything, but I'll limit it. Of course, I wasn't eating too much of it to start with. Because I've had previous issues, my diet was pretty restricted. So if you're new here and you don't know, I recently went through some heart surgery. They inserted some stents. I really won't call it heart surgery because it wasn't the heart, it was the arteries. And that happened last Friday. Tell you how good our medical professionals are. I'm already back here at the trading desk. But I'm taking it easy. I can sit here, it's no big deal, and still make money and still trade stocks and still teach. Yeah, they originally had me scheduled for this morning. I said, you can't do that to me. I've got some brothers and sisters counting on me. It needs to happen on a Friday so I can recover over the weekend. And believe it or not, they met me with my appointment. That was impressive. Thank you, Spy. Thank you, Alfredo. Good to see you're doing your job on your end. You're watching stocks while I talk. That's what all of you should be doing. You should have me in the background if you know what's going on. Or not even have me on at all. That's my focus, to where you don't need me. But it seems like everybody wants to hear my voice in the morning, and I'm so thankful for that. That tells me I'm doing something worthy. So if you're just popping in, we're watching this momentum scanner that was launched last weekend, not the one that just passed, the weekend before. And right when pre-market opens, we watch these numbers and we make our money right out the gate at 6 a.m. This morning we had a runner for 65%. We had another runner for about 40%. Kind of calmed down now. But all we're doing is watching these numbers rise. If you're interested in one, you click on it and verify there's a lot of volume coming in. It's green bullish up here, and the buyers are outnumbering the sellers, and you have the crossover and the arrows. If you watch this live stream over, you will see exactly that demonstration when the market opened at 6 a.m. I don't have to prove my indicators to you. They prove themselves. That's the best part about it. It's all about programming, know what to look for. I focus on price action and volume, buyers and sellers, volume spikes. We like action right on the current candle. It's not about what happened back here. That's in the past. We want to know the next run, and that's what these indicators do. Thank you, Marilyn. Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Old Thumb, and good morning to all of you. I bet a lot of people come to this channel and think, well, he's just teaching the beginners. Little do they know I'm teaching the professionals too. We have many good traders on board, even guys that's been trading for 30, 40 years, just like myself. Not about if you're beginning or a veteran. It's about keeping up with new technology and making trading easier and making your computer do the work instead of you. We don't search for stocks, they come to us. And they come to us through these numbers. As you know, pre-market is pretty dead. Most stocks don't have volume until news comes out. Once news comes out, these numbers start rising. If people are interested in a stock, these numbers start rising. Once they get high enough and you see these bullish signals kick in, it's time to click on them and see what they're doing. If they have a score, any number here, they're worthy of clicking on just to see what's going on. Maybe sometimes you'll catch them at the very bottom. I don't know why that stock is. Oh, let's see if I can get it zoomed in here. There we go. That one was compressed for some reason. So this will allow you to catch these stocks when they first start moving. Hopefully put you in near the bottom before the next big run up. Good morning, Installer Pro. Thank you, Coach. I'm getting there. It's only been 2 days. This will be the third. I should be feeling pretty good by next week. Okay, Jimmy, I appreciate you joining us this morning. Thank you, Big Mike. Robert, I'll show you my scan settings, but you don't have to be just like me. You should have your price range, your minimum and your maximum here. Don't try to mimic what I have on my board. I'm scanning all the stocks. You don't need to do that. You only need to watch the ones you can afford to buy. These are my settings. You can change this to your minimum and your maximum. 10,000 in volume. After hours is loaded on, and it's a study. So if you click study over here, you can find the after hours under price. It's set to 2% extended hours in 1 minute, and I'm sorted by percent change, descending. But like I said, yours don't need to match mine. You just need to pull up your stocks in your price range. If you remember ThinkorSwim, or if you didn't know, ThinkorSwim scans refresh every 3 to 5 minutes. Yours may not refresh at the same time mine does, but you'll catch enough stocks to make some money. not about the scan refresh, it's about buyers and sellers. You're welcome, Marilyn. I'm getting there. It's taking time to get this Discord. I've never done this before either. Keep that in mind. So I'll learn along the way what needs to be done, and I do that by people asking questions. If a person, multiple people ask the same question, I know it warrants a video and get it out there. So we'll get better over time. Marilyn, yes, it is. I'm very happy with what we have. I remember when Bob Peterson said, could you put more than just the watch list on the board? And I was so thankful for that because I didn't know what to put on the board. I was more interested in the indicator and showing the indicator and not actually showing the trades. So Bob brought some light to my eyes and said, hey, it's boring. And I woke up. It's an effort of everybody. It's not just me. I have to listen to the subscribers. That tells me how to build the channel. And I'm so thankful that everybody's pitching in and helping other ones as they come along. You have to remember, it's not just me. There's over 1,500 people in Discord. And if we all make it a community effort, it shouldn't be any trouble whatsoever to keep up and answer a few questions now and then. I'm trying to reduce those questions by creating the videos as we get those questions, to slow down on the questions, and hopefully we'll get to a level that's manageable. Good morning, David. So if you haven't subscribed to YouTube, please do join our Discord. Come grow with us. Come help out. Pay it forward like I'm doing. Help me help others. The blessings always come back even more. See, we're not just penny stock players. There's a $32 stock. It's just that not many of these pop up in pre-market. Amen, Ford. If you're not a believer, come here and watch the miracles happen. So it's going to start slowing down the closer we get to the 8 o'clock hour. I'm going to hang around till 8:05 to see if news comes out. If nothing does, I'm going to take a 10-minute break. Once I get back, we will set up for market open. And we'll do that about 8:25. It's not a big change. We're just going to move this scan up here. Then I'm going to select another scan for down here. BTTX looks like it's pulling back. It did break through the level. It could be a good pullback for the next run up. So it would be between this range here. This would be support. This would be resistance. Not much money between there, about a nickel, maybe 6 cents, but that may be enough if you buy enough shares. But you really needed to catch it down here when it was pulling back. Hasn't really made a strong run up yet other than here, and I wouldn't call that a strong run up. It's made 2 attempts so far. This is the 3rd. I don't have a lot of faith in it when you have 3 attempts like that. So if you're just popping in, we're watching these momentum numbers. We like to see them start rising. We want to see a bullish indicator beside them. It's pretty calm right now. If you were here at 6 o'clock, you would have put some money in your pocket, or at least attempted to. We had one run up 65%. The second one ran up about 40%. If you haven't liked the live stream, please do. Comment in the chat box. We're all brothers and sisters. If you have a question, post it in the chat. BTTX making another attempt. Looks pretty good. The moving averages do have separation between them. This was a slight pullback on the 5 EMA. They still have separation between them. That tells me the buyers are still there. We have great volume coming in. We have buyers outnumbering the sellers currently. We do not have a bullish spike here. So it could pop up here. I've seen pretty good volume. It's double what was done the last bar. These are the things you watch for. It's not about pretty little bars, green and red, popping up and down as a volume. It's all about the numbers. Still struggling to get up there. Alfredo, that's why I monitor both. This is not really a pre-market scan, but it seems to pick up stocks. Sometimes they'll jump from here to up here when they take off. I'm watching these stocks here as see if the numbers are increasing, the bullish numbers, and see if the Momo numbers are increasing. Sometimes I miss them. I get to talking and watching and chatting and teaching, and they take off while I'm involved. That happens quite a bit. I'm still learning my multitasking. I'll master it sooner or later. I'm losing a few dollars, but that's okay. There'll be more. Looks like we could have a failure here. We had nice volume. They were unable to bring it up any higher. That means there's just as many sellers there as there was buyers. It's actually down here, Alfredo. And I have no opinion on any stock unless it's firing up on these indicators. I don't know much about it, just like you don't, unless it's moving. That's all I care about. Is it moving? Does it have volume? Is there more buyers than sellers? Or is there tall green candles? I rely 100% on these two columns. BTTX did fail. About 1 minute to 8 o'clock. We'll see if something happens. It's rare that anything happens at 8 o'clock. Frank, this is a pre-market scan. It has the after hours script in it. You can find it on our Discord. This one is just the price. It's in the scan tab, but it's only a price. No volume, no nothing. I just have it set to 25 cents and no maximum on the price. So it's just monitoring what's moving. But this one has the code for pre-market, so it's going to have more stocks that are prone to rise than this one down here. These are kind of like movers that may pop up here. So no special filters or anything here. That's why I just call it all stocks. It's not the all stocks you see in ThinkorSwim. It's actually a scan we create with only the price. Yes, sir, Frank. I will give you a hand when this live stream's over. So keep in mind, we're still having some Charles Schwab issues. You may not have anything wrong. It may just be the platform itself. But I'll check them with you. Actually, nothing's happening. We can check them now. Just double verify that you are exactly the same as this scan. May solve a lot of issues, and we may not have to have a meeting afterwards. But I'm at mark. Mark is what shows in pre-market. It's the same as price. 25 cents, no maximum. The volume is set at 10,000. The after hours percent change is close has moved greater than 2% in after hours trading. Extended hours is checked in 1 minute. I am sorted by percent change descending. So in a couple minutes, I am going to take a 10-minute break. You can continue to monitor the 2 columns or 4 columns if you have the all stock scan as well. When I return, we'll set up about 8:25 for market open. See if we can get some more plays. Robert, the best way to use on demand, in my opinion, is each morning or each market open, write down the top gainers for today and write them down every day, because on demand is 3 or 4 days or 5 days behind. So write down the date today and today's gainers, and when that date is available on demand, then go put it on that date and go find the stocks that were movers for that day. So you're going to have to track each day's movers in order to use on demand. But you have to wait for that day to become available in on demand. If not, just use the all stock scan and sort it by the highest percent gain. Sometimes that works, but I find it better to write the stocks down and date them, wait for them to become available. Good morning, OT. Well, my watch list is not moving either, but my Momo's moving. Are you sorted by Momo by clicking on the name and sorting, bringing them to the top, then comparing them to my stocks? OT, I think you should set up as soon as you can. I haven't migrated over to Schwab yet either. I hope it's not a disaster for me. I have so much going on over here. Hopefully it won't be a nightmare for me. But I'm getting prepared. I'm backing everything up. You might make a few $1,000s before you change over, so set it up now. Who knows? Even $100 more is $100. They say we're keeping the platform, that just the name is changing, but I found that to not be true. It may be the same platform, but we ran into issues. They totally wiped out my volume spike last month. Had to rewrite it to get it going again. OT paper trading is good. We all started there. Well, I didn't. They didn't have it back in those years. I hear a lot of negative talk about Schwab, that they don't execute trades on time and blah, blah, blah. But you have to remember, Schwab did not have the platform ThinkorSwim. That may get everybody to like Schwab again. I'm hoping so. And you hear all these rumors about Schwab is going bankrupt. I don't know where that came from. Try not to listen to all the stuff you hear. There's so much false stuff out there nowadays. What do you believe anymore? I'll check out Mob and see if it's worthy. It actually moved last week. I remember the symbol. If you wouldn't have told me, it wouldn't have that big red bar. It was up here earlier, Hollywood. We've seen it pop up a couple times. Yeah, I need to go take my break before I run out of time. I shall return. Okay, I am back. MNTS was moving last week as well. Not a lot of volume on it. Take a look at the SPY, see what the SPY is doing before market opens. Let's go to a 15-minute chart. Not really much of nothing. Little gain. Guess it's all determines on what market open does and where it goes. Overall, it's down from last week's high. See if we can find some pre-movers before market open. Be careful though, they may sell off right at market open. I'm noticing OPTN is making a little move here. Mara's been beaten down in the dirt over the last month or two. If you focus on that momentum scanner, you should be able to pull out a few dollars in the market. But you have to be patient. Patience is key in investing. I'm just thumbing through some of my stock picks that I've got saved in my personal watch list. If you're here every morning, you should be noticing that you have some repeat stocks that continue to put out a little profit. You should be keeping them in a personal watch list that also has the Momo scanner on it, so you can play those stocks over and over again. Build you the perfect watch list while we're doing these live streams. You may find a few stocks, 5 or 6, maybe 10, that you can play repetitively each week. You are welcome, Hollywood. Riot may be on the move here. So let's go ahead and change over. We got about 3 minutes to go. Let me bring the all stocks up here. We're going to be sorted by the same. I think down here I'm going to go back with the gap and run scan. If you're not familiar with this scan, these are going to be stocks that gap open higher than last Friday's close. They're usually low volume stocks, but they continue to climb slowly. Sometimes when there's absolutely nothing, this little scan will put you in a few dollars. May not be much, but enough to make a profit sometimes. I put out a few scans over the last week. You may want to check them out. They'll be listed at the bottom of TOS scans over in Discord. And for those of you who don't like day trading, I put out a scan for the longer term stocks. It involves the trend chaser indicator. Riot looks like it may make a move here at market open. It's looking pretty strong. It's looking for gap ups. I do have a couple of scans and TOS scans that focus on stocks that are going to short. I've even had this Momo scan that's looking for the reverse of this one. So there's a Momo scan short as well. So at market open, it's going to get pretty volatile in this volume spike column. Just focus here. Just watch for stocks that are climbing up the chart and have a great volume spike. I don't play the first candle or two at market open. I wait for pullbacks and I play the pullbacks. I don't like getting caught in these traps where they pump them up and then somebody drops 50,000 shares on you and it loses 50 cents. I used to play market open candles, but that's kind of like a 50-50 shot in the dark. Unless you got fast fingers, and my fingers aren't as fast as they used to be. About 20 seconds to go here. Good luck to everyone. Just focus on the Momo and the volume spikes. Make sure they have volume before you get in, and they should. It's market open. It's getting pretty active already. I may play Riot here, I believe. You play when you want. I'm going to wait on a pullback. I may not get it, but I should. See if we can get to a high here, and I'll put a resistance level in. Nice run. I pulled that one out pretty good. Called it before market open. Couldn't call it without these indicators, though. I'd like to see a nice pullback, at least 50% of this candle. Not seeing much of a pullback. It may just run on up. I'll go ahead and mark that right there. Like to see it come down into this area, which it did, and then bounce back up. Not looking good on my other indicators. I'm looking at the tick chart, and the tick chart is kind of just floating sideways. It's not really gaining. And that's why you have more indicators. Good thing I didn't pull the trigger. All right, I'm going to shift my focus back over here. Let's see what we got going on. ALDX seems to be maybe halted. Right now I'm focusing on the higher numbers to see if we can get any movers here. That one's pulling back. That one's kind of running flat. That's Riot that I was watching earlier. Still may be a play on it. It is falling on the tick chart though. That may become a resistance level. I kind of like to wait on the market to calm down and play the stronger stocks once it does, if there's any stronger stocks by the time it's over. Yeah, Riot is having trouble. That would have been a good play for me. MNTS, it popped up earlier in pre-market. It was last week's stock play as well. It's kind of difficult. I don't chase green candles. I wait on pullbacks. So I'm actually looking for pullbacks, not tall green candles. That's how you get burnt. Lose some money, you jump into a green candle, and the next thing you know, it's red. You can see this momentum indicator's got us right on top of everything that's promising. Just have to keep clicking and find the play that fits your strategy. This could be a pullback here. The small one. So what I would look for is a break through 281, a return to retest it before the next run up. I wouldn't play this little move here. Needs to set new levels, not lose levels. MNTS still moving up. Seems to be pretty strong on the tick chart. Looks like we've gone into a halt. That's why I like pullbacks. Had I clicked that, I'd be in a halt right now. We had a couple stocks last week that had multiple halts and kept climbing. You want to know the top gainers every day, these two indicators will put you right on them. Starting to calm down a little. MNTS still in a halt. This one seems to be halting every 10 or 12 cents. JAGX making a move. Ruth, there's nowhere in ThinkorSwim that you can view halts. Only way you can tell is they stop trading. They don't even have a resumption time in ThinkorSwim. I usually give them 5 minutes and they take off again. There's PRZO. That's been moving for about a week or two now. Was a good pullback, but I wasn't watching it, so I missed it. That would be a nice pullback right here before the next run up. Hopefully one or two of you caught it. starting to calm down now. MNTS ought to be coming out of a halt soon. So I base the halts on 10%. So if this stock, wherever it opens back up, if it opens low, 10% from that price would be the next halt. It'll even halt down at 10%. Sometimes that's not totally true. I've seen them not halt, and I've never figured out why. Some are different than the others. This one's going to continue to run. Probably going to see another halt there, about $5. It stopped just below the halt range. See if we can get a pullback play here. Looking like this run might be over. Or it could just be a good pullback. Let's get rid of that line. Set a new level here. Looks like we've gone into another halt downwards. Going to be a tough one to play. ALDX never made any great moves. Take a look at gap and run. This is what I'm talking about slow risers. Much easier to play pre-market stocks. They're not as volatile. And it is possible to make a day's pay in pre-market and just shut off the PC at market open. Avoid the volatility. TPST trying to make a recovery here. This is why you click further down the Momo list, try to catch them. Nice gains on TPST. This is the high flyer scan that's over in TOS scans. So what high flyers is the moving averages are stacked from highest to lowest, and the price is above the 8. I believe it's the 8, the 21, and the 34. They're in the proper order, and the price is above the 8. So these are going to be some strong stocks. See you later, Mr. Rodriguez. Thank you for joining us. We've seen TUP a few times in pre-market over the last several weeks. So I put out a scan yesterday, or yeah, it must have been yesterday, about those who do not like day trading. And I gave an explanation of how to use that scan. You scan the night before. And it's a daily scan, so you have to have your chart on daily as well. And you look for up arrows or down arrows, whichever way you're playing the market, and that's with the trend chaser indicator. These are those stocks that are for kind of buying and holding on for more than a day. Looks like pretty much every one of them that had an up arrow did eventually move up. ALDX, it's been trying all morning. It's just very low volume. So these are pretty much pullback plays. This is why I like pullbacks. Because if you'd have got in here, you could have got trapped by a few big red candles. After the pullback, not such a drastic sell-off on the second run. So over in TOS scans, you're going to find some really good scans. You just have to learn each one of them, find the one that fits your trading style, stick with it. Try to make it profitable for you. Gap and run stocks are looking good. Nice pullback there. ALDX still trying to come up a little. Just needs a lot of volume to come in. Never know when they're going to get tired of the volume not coming in and start selling. I think I'm going to grab a few shares of it just to see what happens on the next little pullback. Kind of a cheaper stock. Is it really worth it? Possibly. I have not clicked the buy button yet. I'm watching the tick chart go flat. Looks like we went into a halt. That's amazing to have such a long period go by with very little volume and then go into a halt. Not much room to play with here, about 20-cent gain. So if you bought enough, you could probably make some money there. Yeah, it's in a halt. From very slow gains to a halt. Good job, Joe. You got to step beyond what I'm doing here live. You need to concentrate. You can catch these stocks that are running up, but you're not going to do it by watching me. Learn these indicators, play them on your platform. Put me on the back burner and make you some money. Good job, Niner. I'm watching my own special watch list for any plays in my price range. Nothing real strong, no strong volume spikes. ALDX ought to be resuming here shortly. There we go. Yeah, it's going to be a tough play to get into. Might be worth ignoring, unless you want to take your chances. Yeah, I'm watching the SPY on another monitor. It's kind of just floating sideways. I'm watching it on a 5-minute chart. Even the high flyers are down to 3 stocks. Looks like the SPY may pull back on us here. That'll pretty much cancel out everything we're looking at. They can halt every 10%. That's why you have to base your profits on like 8% and be out. That's how I like to base it. So whatever the price is times 10%, be out at 8%. The problem is once they start halting like that, you don't know if they're going to gap up or down when they resume. SPY is still pulling back. Still kind of floating sideways, but it's down towards the bottom. Nothing moving. I'll pull it up on the chart so you can see what I'm looking at. Let's take it over to a 5-minute chart. That's what the SPY is doing. It's gradually pulling back. But it is floating sideways. Yeah, hard to catch TPST. Wasn't doing anything and then boom. You can't catch those, it's hard. It's a risk play, a high risk play at this point. ALDX is the one that keeps halting. Looks like it has resumed. I see a lot of sellers are stacked up. So this would be like a 23-cent halt. So 18 cents maybe I would be out if you can get the 18 cents. You really have to multiply that gain that you're expecting by how many shares do you need to buy in order to make a decent profit, and is it worth the risk? You know it's been halting, so it's a rough ride. So at 1,000 shares, you may make $150 for a $2,300 investment. I always do the math. That's how I determine if I want to get in or not. Like, where's it going to go and what would be the halt range versus how many shares do I need to buy to at least make $100? The SPY is moving up now. So everything I click on is pretty much late. So you would need to focus in on watching the ones that are down, waiting for them. You would hit these lower numbers, waiting for those to move. This is market open, so these that are already up may be on their way down. These that are down may be on their way up. Nice long list. So you can find your bottom plays over here at the bottom. Sometimes. You have to go through them and find them. It is fun. It brings excitement back into the market when you have something that's monitoring the stocks for you. All we have to do is click around and find the one we want to play. And hope that the play's not over. If they have a number, there is buying interest. You have to keep that in mind. There is activity. Just like this one, it may creep right on back up to 950. What I don't like is it's only 20 cents on a higher price stock. So I would pass on that one. And then I'll look at it in an hour and it'll be at $13. That's how that goes. You have to focus on one or two and watch them. Very important that you create that personal watch list. Put these daily movers in it and catch them at their bottoms. Instead of fighting this battle up here at market open, you can monitor that personal watch list, the ones that you know have been moving over the weeks, and possibly play them. Old Thumb, you have to call them and tell them you want a cash account. That way you can trade until your money allows. BSAT's a good stock if you can afford this price range. It's usually $1 move. There's ALDX now floating sideways after several halts. Doesn't mean it's over. It is holding that price level. There may be more to come and there may not be. You just have to watch it. Good job, old thumb. You have a blessed one, old thumb. See you tomorrow. See you later, James. Appreciate you joining us. Good job, Installer Pro. You are welcome. A little bit every day adds up. Good job. Once you get used to it, it becomes easier. I wish this stock had more volume. It's a nice steady ride, but how long before that steady ride is over with this low volume that's the bad news in this stock. Did have a nice run from market open, but then just kind of trickled its way up over the last 30-minute, last hour. Actually, it took an hour to get this far. It's trading on low volume, but is moving up. Thank you for that information, Joe. You have to find your strategy using these indicators. What works for you? Sometimes you have to get out of YouTube if you're on YouTube and get back in, and that blurriness will go away. Sometimes you catch a bad connection through YouTube. I'm pushing out a high stream of data, so it's always going to be on YouTube. I'm pushing a gig up, so you shouldn't have any blurriness from me. See you later, Joe. Appreciate you joining us this morning. I'll be here tomorrow if you want to join us again. Actually, I'll be here every morning, providing I feel good, and I don't see any reason to feel bad, so we'll see. Have a blessed one, Mr. Rodriguez. It's all about having fun and making money together. I think the SPY is going to run up from here. It looks good. Now we need to see if the stocks are going to follow. I'm liking Mara here. Everything's lined up. The moving averages have lined up. Think I'm gonna give it a shot. Think I'm gonna take my $40 here on Mara. Looks like it's getting weak. The SPY is still moving up. I was right on Mara. It's going to pull back down and retest. Well, I didn't get skunked. I got $40 out of it. That's fine. I buys a hamburger and fries. Installer Pro, are you saying that when you click buy, it doesn't buy, or when you click sell, it doesn't sell? Do you have auto send selected? And do you have buy the ask and sell the bid buttons? Then it's probably you sold and there wasn't anybody there to buy them. And then when the buyers finally stepped in, you're sold. Good example, I was up 60 on Mara. I sold and got 40 because the volume was low. So I got a bad exit, but I did get a profit. Sometimes that happens. That's why I like to focus on lots of volume so that doesn't happen. Bob, I can probably help you with that issue. Everybody seems to run into it every now and then. And if you watch this 5 and the 13, if it's running up and these lines start pulling closer together, like you see a dip here in the 5, this would be your entry. And then it runs up again, and this would be another entry. Every time it pulls back, as long as it's on an angle and this 5 pulls back, it's indicating entries. But not after it rolls over like this. So if you focus more on these indicators getting close together, each time they do, that's where you would want to place your entries. It kind of seems risky that it may be weakening, but it's not. You'll notice that on every stock that's moving up, if this 5 pulls back in closer to the 13, there's a good chance it's just going to turn around and run up because it's getting rid of these profit takers and before the next run up. So don't just buy on the Greek candles. Wait on this moving average to get a little closer or make a dip like this before entering. That should eliminate the red candle after you get in. Big Mike, we are on 5 and 13. If you don't know how to change them, just hit your studies button. You'll see it on my screen, edit studies. This is the pullback V4. Hit the gear icon. Change the buy EMA buy link to 5 and the next one down to 13. That's more suitable for day trading, quick trades. You can see these moving averages came down close to each other before the next run up. As long as they're on a good angle, you should be good to go on each of these 5 EMA pullbacks. Nice run up here on TPST. Let me check Mara real quick, and glad I got my 40. MNTS could be a value play here. It's been bumping and bumping and bumping. It may be getting ready for the next run. It is holding this price level. It does have good money between the numbers, 20 cents between each one. We need the buyers to come in. It does have good volume. We do have buyers here. We do not have a spike. It's not selling off. That's a good sign. Needs to break above 392. Let's see if we can get above 392. Then it could run up to about 422, about 30 cents. Yeah, I know I'm past my time, but I'm have nothing to do but recover. I'll hang in here for a few more minutes. Mike, on V6 and V4, the only difference, there's a yellow arrow over on V6. It's for the options traders. They kind of wanted an earlier indication that if the stock was going to break out up or down, and that's what the V6 does. It kind of gives you an early warning on the first arrow. It's not a buy signal, it's more of a directional arrow. The buy signal would be the second candle. But you can use either one, V4 or V6. I prefer V4. Looks like MNTS is going to be channeling in that range, probably between these two lines. In that case, you would wait for a breakout in either direction. Okay, I'm back. Had to catch a phone call. TPST. Toby. I sure will. There's nothing in it really, though. I promise you. This is it. It only has marked for the price and 25 cents. And it's sorted by volume descending. This is important, okay? Volume descending. That's all that's in it. It's not really a scan. It's just pulling up the price range for me for this watch list. Yeah, take out that average volume. I'll upload it again today and take it out. Just delete it. It was working for a while. You have to change with the market. Could be a pullback here on TPST. It's not guaranteed. It's already had a nice run up from this morning, but a good possibility. Could run from 546 to 583. Or it could just start channeling between those two. James, I don't play Tesla, so I couldn't make an accurate call for you. But I bet you the guys on Discord could. I think if you ask somebody over in large caps, they would probably give you a better answer than I could. Or even in the options traders. The option traders also trade Tesla. Looks like TPST could get that bounce that I was talking about. Back up here to retest 583. TPST played out just as I expected, plus a little bit more. That's pretty good for almost 10 o'clock. I mean, usually nothing's moving at that time. Yeah, Greg, it looks like a bunch of buyers came in on that last candle and triggered the halt. Nothing you can do about that when the candle's that tall. They probably were watching it like I was when I called it out, that it was probably going to return. And when it got to here, they said yes, and they bought it. I think since it halted on buys, you may be safe. So if it gaps up at open, that's when I would click the button. I don't know how you trade, though. You may want to hang on for more. Depends on how high you are in your profit. RVMD still chugging along on that low volume. All right, guys, I'm going to call it quits here. Probably need to get a little bit of rest. I appreciate everyone that joined this morning. I will return in the morning as usual. And as always, God bless.